Look at that unarchived documentation. It's a PS2 Model 70 manual. I bought this just so I could scan it because, yeah, the user quick reference guide actually isn't scanned anywhere. Only the, like, technical reference guides for some reason are. So this is what I actually wanted before starting all of this, so that I could know how to use the world's dumbest computer. Hi. So we're at home, and I brought Evil back with me so that we can work on it. And the only goal for today is to just get Windows 2 386 up and running on this stupid thing. So let's see how that can work out, because blah. Yeah, I've got some stuff to talk about here, Hellencroft. Okay, so let's go to this. First off, let's oh no, I hit the wrong button. One moment. There we go. Do that. Boom. Okay. So there is a bunch of stuff going on, and yeah. I have not figured out how I am actually going to be able to view the computer yet, so that's fun. You know what? Let me try and do... There, just for the moment, I'm going to do it that way. Okay. So, lost out. Yeah, it'll be back. Don't worry. Okay. So let's see. Let me just catch up a little bit here. Love the DJ booth side camera view. Okay. So, man. First off here, look at this wonderful capture. Okay, isn't that all fantastic? All right, and then hey, look, it's a mouse that works. I'm cheating. Don't worry. Don't get too excited. Okay, so we can mouse, and then I can click exit. Okay, and then the next thing I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna run win. All right, and I'm gonna do this crazy thing. Wow, and then it's scaled correctly for you all. So yeah, I was setting up a bunch of stuff related to how to get this stupid thing usable today in a way that'll make sense and for like actually being able to see things and have this be like a pleasant stream. So yeah, that's that took a lot of time this morning. So that's all set up now. So this is the old install. This is the one that we can't use. So I don't think there is any way that we can see maybe about MS-DOS exec. So this just ran in standard mode. So we only have 414K of memory free. So this is the 640 by 640K version of Windows 2.1. And this is the not acceptable solution to this. So we need to have it work correctly. Now we can fix that by doing this and running Win3. And then, yeah, I don't actually know. Well, this is Windows 2. So Windows 2, I think, is grayscale. I'm not 100% sure. You got grayscale driver working? No. I have no clue. Don't think about it too hard. It doesn't matter. So now if we go file, this is literally exact. Why is that not? Because it's Windows 3.1 that runs in enhanced mode or standard mode. Okay. What did we have to do to make this work? This is what we ran last weekend, where it failed. Why am I not getting more RAM available? Well, anyway, here's GoTech working. So, yeah, I got the GoTech connected so that we could actually do it, because the only thing that happened with the GoTech, the last time we tried to set it up, was that I got the data cable flipped backwards, which apparently on the PS2 somehow sends a write signal to the other drive, and it killed the boot sector on the system reference disk. So that's all I had to do, was just not put the cable on backwards. So now it works, yeah. Oh, also I had to move a jumper from, I don't remember exactly what it was. It was on JA, maybe? No, it was not connected, and I had to put it on JC. That was the only other thing I had to do. So, there we go. Did you shut down this Windy and start Windy 3? No. Why don't call it Windy? That's really confusing. I thought you were talking about the weather first. What am I missing? Or did Windows 2.1... What? 2.1... Maybe this is Windows 286? Now I'm confused. Sir. CD Win 386 Win. It'll say on boot splash? I don't even see a boot splash. I don't want to close. I give up. This is stupid. Anyway, this is the old card, the old install. And that's not what we're working with today. Yeah, I don't know. I don't understand. Anyway, okay. What are we doing? Oh, so let me just Control-Alt-Delete reboot here really quick, so that we can run through this. Yeah, I am confused. Isn't that the nature of this computer, though? Really? All right. So in a moment here, we'll see that glorious blue text that shows up over there. All right. We have no idea what's causing this. Okay. This morning, I actually removed here. Let me bring up the image. I removed both the XTIDE MCIDE card. You can't see that. Hold on. This. There we go. I removed the XTIDE card with the BIOS and the MCIDE thing and the scanner card, and it still initializes as blue. And I have no idea why. So it's not a problem with the compatibility of this, unless the reference disk settings where it assigns the address ranges or whatever, unless that is causing the problem. Because I did not go through the setup with the cards removed. I just booted it, saw that it was still like that, and then left it. So, I don't know. I suspect it is the VGA palette freefall, but I don't know why. That's the really confusing part. So it's like that, and I have no idea how to fix it. Like there's just no clue. So yeah. All right. So again, there's nothing wrong with the card because we can just run mode color 80, and then boom, it works perfectly. That's all it takes. So if you're not familiar with the mode command, we can do mode mono, and then it would show like that. And then if I ran E here, it would be monochrome. Boom. There's no grayscale background. I could then quit, exit. Although now I'm slightly confused. Mode Co80 E. Wasn't that blue before? Wait a minute. There you go. I have a suspicion. ID pin nonsense? Well, it's funny you mention that because apparently the 8514 has one of those stupid keyed VGA connectors, and my normal VGA cables that I use here don't have that keyed pin removed. So, yeah, it didn't work. That's cropped in the capture. Don't worry about that. And take it back to the dealership. I mean, I'm getting close. The dealership is Goodwill, so they will take it back. No, it wasn't Goodwill. No, that was a random Craigslist thing. I am not telling the truth. Okay. Mode Co80 E. The palette is completely screwed on the 8514. So this is the motherboard video out. Because I wanted to see if... Yeah, so it's going grayscale when I run mode color 80. Without the key pin blocked? Yeah, I don't blame you there. Huh. I think I need to take the card out and reseat the RAM. Yeah, I'm going to reseat the RAM card on the 8514. I think that's a prudent course of action at this point. Trying to do. There we go. Okay. Let's shut this off. Okay. Undo the screw. I remembered. PS2s with your weird screws. Okay. Ow! I'm gonna stab myself forever on that little grounding pin that pokes off of there. Okay. It's not screwed together, right? No, it doesn't look like it. Okay, there's a lot of heat coming out of that because it's so sandwiched together. Huh. All right. Let me grab a plastic spudger to use as a wedge. Okay. Let me show you this here really quick. So I don't know if it'll come across on there, but the connectors, okay, they're blue on the RAM expansion side, black on the bottom. They aren't fully seated. You can, yeah, right there. You can barely see those two white dots above my finger. Those are exposed pins. So it's not fully mated down. So I don't know if maybe it got jostled in shipping or something. So I think attempting to disconnect it and reconnect it may not be a bad idea. The one over here at the very edge is fully seated. Okay. It's a reasonable leverage point. Oh my gosh, there's so many connectors all over this thing. Oh man. This is not going to be trivial to disconnect. This is probably a really high insertion force thing to plug in. Oh man, no wonder they don't fully seat. The chips just literally butt right up against each other. Board looks warped. I mean, so it's got a plastic cover thing on it, so you might have been seeing that. I don't know. On the other hand, yes, it also does look warped. You like mention it. I don't think in a problematic way. Although, wow, I don't think I've ever seen that before. That's so hard to get across here. But right here, it almost looks like it was like hit indented down. Yeah, that's just, I didn't set up my phone for filming for today because I didn't think I would be doing anything that I would hand manipulate here. Well, if there were traces running through there, that could be a problem. I don't know if there are or not. Okay, let me continue trying to pry this apart. That was some good spacing there. Ooh, there is nowhere good to do it on the bottom. Only in the middle. So to be clear, my only objective here is just to reseat it. In case somehow it's not solidly connected. So much force. All right, getting close. Pop that one. Got that one. Come on. Be a good RAM expansion. So I should probably pry this one out a little bit. I think I can do this one manually. Ah, there we go. Okay. Woo! So, that is the plain 8514 card. Right there. That's just what the plain card itself looks like, and I have a feeling I know what's coming. And this is the RAM card. The RAM card has socketed RAM on it. So I might want to squish all that down just a little bit too, just to make sure that it's all fully seated. Ah, there's the one jumper on this thing too. I have no idea what that does. Maybe we should look that up just in case. Well, I have it apart because what if it's the compatibility jumper that fixes pallet issues between the Model 70 and the Model 80 or some weird nonsense? Let's look that up. Okay. Would the pallet registers be in RAM? I have no idea. Okay. So over here, Ardent Tools of Thingamajigs. The colorblind mode jumper, yeah. MCA adapters. Okay, video adapters. 8514A. Jumper. Memory enable jumper. Okay, it's one of the rare jumpers on MCA cards. It's between the two cards on the daughter card. If you pull the card from your computer, look at the underside where the MCA connector is. Turn it so the blue handle, then look between the two cards on the left side of the blue connector. 4 cards, right? Small silver. Good grief. How many, like, just tell me it's J2 or whatever. It should be labeled. I mean, this one's labeled J5, not J2. Okay, in fairness, I don't actually see a jumper on here. 100% sure it was not blue when I shipped it. Did full visible inspection before plugging it in. Yeah. Is there a photo of the card? Yeah, I think if we scroll up here, we can see a photo of the card, maybe. Oh, actually, that's really good. I was going to offer to get photos of it, but I don't think it's necessary. That looks pretty good. Yeah, that's better I'm going to do with my phone. Is there the one of the RAM card? Yeah. How do they have their RAM card jumper? Okay, well, they don't have it fully populated, so that does not bode super well, but they do have the jumper going the opposite way. So I'm going to guess that jumper sets the memory configuration. PAL registers probably live in the RAM DAC, which is probably a discrete device on this area design. Yeah. You try the other ADF file not originally on the disk. You know, that's an interesting point, but I don't know if that will be it, although it was a difference of address ranges. So if it's trying to write to the palette, write the palette to a specific hard-coded address range and it's wrong, maybe that could be it. I don't know. Okay, where are they claiming this jumper is? Now I'm confused. Memory enabled disable jumper. The blue handle is on the left. Yeah. Okay, the video connector side, look between, like right on the edge or something? Between the two cards? What? Without the extra config? Yeah, we could try that. That means I am going to have to replace the one that's on the card. Which I might want to boot it without the card first, and then have it configure it with disabled, and then replace the file, and then reconfigure it. Right? Because I don't know how that's going to work now, because it has the definitions, like, built into the computer now, with the, like, battery RAM thing. PS2s are wonky. On the left, there's a blue connector, 1 of 4, between the two cards. To the right, silver square. I mean, yeah, the chip. Small oscillator. Oh, that's what you're talking about. Okay, I know the crystal. Just to the right is the visible jumper. Okay, let me look at their photo, because I'm wondering if there's different revisions of this thing. Yeah, I don't see what jumper they're talking about even on here. I don't think there's a jumper on this card. Grounding pin 11 tells the card it's a color monitor. Ooh. That is the kind of thing I'm not as well equipped to do here. Where are you seeing that? Also, it's kind of funny. We would have... Ideally, we would actually want it to run in monochrome. Well, you're saying it's some kind of existing standard? That's what it is? Monitor ID bit. Yeah, I mean, I guess. Huh. Big unlabeled chips. These? There's a label on there. Okay, well, that one, no, you can't see it. They're like barely, it's not even easy to see on the real one. Yeah, standard is a strong word. Huh. What monitor did you use it with, Lucky Bob? Just out of curiosity. All right, I'm going to sandwich it back together. Well, G-Pen, again, I'm going to have to figure out how I can guarantee that it actually uses that, because let's say I just put that file on the floppy disk right now and put the card back in, standard Dell LCD. I can make that happen. Okay. Anyway, well, Digital Ice Age, the only jumper I am seeing, and this is why I'm so confused, is the jumper that's on the RAM card. This one, J5. That's the only one I see. Which, if the jumper is on the RAM card, that means it can't be used to disable the RAM card. So I have no idea what they're talking about on this. J2. Like, what? No, I get that, Lucky Bob. So, it's possible. So, currently, the computer is connected to the Extron crosspoint matrix switcher, and only the RGB HV lines are connected. Just the 5 pins right now. So there is nothing that's actually connecting anything. So if it does need the shorted pin for color, that would explain that. You want to bear with me, I can go grab a Dell monitor, and then we can just try that directly on it to see what that looks like. Yeah, I'm going to do that. So, I will be right back. Yeah, that's what I thought, Lucky Bob. It denotes how much on the card. Yeah, I don't blame you for never having changed it. I don't think there'd be a reason to. All right, I'm going to go grab that card, or monitor. I'll be right back. I forgot that's what the BRB screen is. Well, enjoy. And we're back. Okay. So I now have a 2001 FP. Yay! Actually, is this like an FP B? That's right. Okay. So it pinched a snot out of my hand picking it up. Ouchies. So let me get this thing set up and connected here, and we'll see what that looks like when it is going. I'm going to put the card back in for now. But I am still pretty convinced that if we want to try and change the definition file, we're going to have to remove the card, reconfigure the machine, then change out the file, put the card back in, and have it reload it from the floppy. So, yeah. Okay. Also, I noticed for the first time that the MCIDE and the scanner card don't actually use all of the pins in the card edge connector going towards the back of the computer chassis, which is very weird. Not that there's anything normal about this computer, but that's just, you know, another weird thing. Okay. There's a spot I can plug it in. Let's say for rudely interrupted. After the monitor test, my next question would be how much you actually care about the 64 Shades of Gary first getting stupid thing to work. Swapping the driver later may be less painful. But yeah, let's go ahead and ignore it for now. The main reason is that that's a hardware level issue, and it feels wrong to continue while there's a known hardware level issue. So that'd be the only reason. Stupid. I have a VGA extension cable here that doesn't have that annoying keyed pin, so I have to use that to adapt my keyed cables. But at least I have that. That monitor have composite input? Yes, it does. I made a lot of these that do not have composite input, but I've held out for only ones that do have composite. There we go. Okay. I have the widescreen version of it too. I just didn't grab that one. All right, here we go. Boop. Okay, let's plug power into the PS2. And is VGA not input number one? They're probably all proud of their DVI port, so it may not be. Out of range. Cannot display this video mode. Now VGA. There we go. It's got to be the stupid ID bit. There it is, white. Huh. Well, at least that's relatively simple to solve in the end. We can probably ignore that for now then. Yeah, that all looks perfect now. All right, just to confirm, E. All right. That's also really nice to see on here that this looks horrible too. There is something weird about this computer and the VGA signal that just sucks. Like, I doubt you guys now. There's no way on earth you guys can see it. Yeah, good to know nothing's broken. Yeah, nothing does appear to be broken. I am half tempted to just add a switch to the card to, like, hard set it to VGA. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm wondering. Early rev, but is that like a known issue? Somewhat suspicious of IBM OEM color VGA. Doesn't get this right. So I was running through a VGA splitter to do that. So there's a very real chance that the VGA splitter doesn't connect any of the other pins. That it's only amplifying the RGB pins and the sync pins. Is it blurry? It's really here. I see the exact same thing on the capture. It's such a weird problem. Almost more visible file. I give that a second so I can upload it to my server, and then I will show you. Twitter might change the ID pin. Yeah, I'm thinking something along those lines. Yeah, so you can see here, this is what it looks like on this monitor. There is a ghost that precedes the signal by like a lot. And there's like, that's not some kind of thing that I can correct for. It's almost like there's a reflection in the signal or something where it's coming back and then reflecting like to and from, but I don't understand how it's first. So that's the weird thing that I'm seeing. I don't know how to solve that, but I see that on the RetroTank 4K capture as well. It's not ghosting though. This is very different from ghosting. Ghosting would only happen after. Yeah, I could see it being an impedance mismatch. That's my best guess. I could see it being, and it's really hard to tell. I could see it being like one line off exactly. So maybe the ghost is shifted down one line, and it's a ghost of. No, it's probably doing it to the white text. You most likely just can't tell because the blue is so dark. See the same thing if you plug into the motherboard. I guess I can try that. Hold on, let me shut it off. I think I do. I'm pretty sure I do. Oh, it sucks to plug the thing in. There we go. All right. How long is the extension? It's only like 3 feet. The more complicated question is how long is the cable that goes to the RetroTank 4K? Because that one's more like 15. But I saw this on the 3-foot cable that I was using at the office to go into the VGA splitter as well. I see it in Windows as well. It's more prominent there. Huh. That's kind of really annoying that that's that color detect problem, but oh well. And okay, the problem, it is still there on the onboard video, but it's not as bad. It is still there though. Huh, that's weird. Like here, I can get a photo of what that looks like too. But well, I don't know that this will come out in the photo. Yeah, yeah, you can't really tell. If you start Windows now, it'll be the horror. Oh, I bet so as well. Yeah, probably. But this is connected to onboard video, so let me connect it back to the weird on this PC. Yeah, right. Let me connect it back to the 8514. Eventually. There we are. Okay. And then I'll just get you this shot for now. People online have any way to adjust the colors? Well, we're getting like a hardware level thing where it's trying to detect what the monitor is capable of doing, and it's trying to not send the wrong signals, I think. B to make, I'm pretty sure I saw the ghosting before I had the card as well. to answer that question. Okay. When. There you go. Beautiful. All right, so yeah, it's purely down to the video thing, I guess. That's really annoying. All right. Yeah, let's not worry about that for now. So I'm going to go back to capture, and then we can solve that later at the office by adding a switch or something to force it. All right, I'm going to go back to capture, and then let me undo this. Is there a degauss button? Not on an LCD, surprisingly. Well, adding it to the splitter, I would rather add it to the computer. Because this is the only machine I've ever encountered that needed that. Everything else is, you know, I mean, I guess it's just color. Like every other single computer I have is just color. So if I just add a switch to the machine that's the only one that acts weird, I think that makes more sense. Okay. All right, well, at least we kind of sort of solved one problem. We at least identified it. All right, so back to, boop, this. Nope. That. There we are. VGA splitter's cheap and you leave the original PS2 original? Yes. I still don't think I want to do that, though. Like, then that splitter must always be kept with that PS2. Two DE connector project boxes, pair DE 15s, wire in the adapter. Bonus, you can do away with the key pin at the same time. Ooh, see, now you're speaking my language. However, I would actually rather just make a PCB. All right. One moment, I'm going to be muted for a second. Okay. All right. Let's go over what all we have to do here. So, we need, I mean, we can do mode co 80 here. Boom. Problem mode co 80. Boom. All right, problem solved. Why do I still have the animated background image? Because it's awesome. That's why. Okay. All right, let's come up with a list of tasks that we need to do, accomplish here. So, okay, close that. Close that. All right. So, what do we need to do today? We want to get IBM ImageEdit running. All right, that's our goal. Okay, so primary thing. To do that, we need Windows 2.1 386. Okay. To install Windows 2.1 386, I think we determined we can only install DOS 3.13D, essentially. I think that's what it was, or was it B? I don't remember, whatever. It's Windows 3.31. If I shut this machine off, I have both compact flash cards here now, so I can actually swap to the other operating system. I don't remember what was wrong with this one. This is one of those things where it seems like, okay, now it works, and then it doesn't.
Chlorocoon says, Tier 100, careful with task lists. I have one. Belgiumet keeps trying to put feed pizza to Ben on it. End of line.
Chloe, thank you for the 100 bits. Also, I do believe that is the first Deck Talk message of the stream. I spent some time this morning and I created a new Deck Talk reader solution thing where now on my desktop, it does the software Deck Talk, so I can audio capture that, and then I can hear it. That's why I'm wearing headphones. And then the Deck Talk is in sync with me. So, yeah. All right. Okay, so this is booting, although you probably want this view. There we are. Okay, so, what all we got on here? We've got E, which is going to run in monochrome, but that's fine. We know why that's happening now, at least. Oh, we don't have mouse. That's correct. Okay, F. Exit. Go back to this. So what was the problem here? We were trying to run the ImageEdit installer. Oh, that... I remember now. Yeah, okay. So, now we get back to the depressing, stupid stuff. Alright, here is real, actual floppy disk, but we'll probably switch to using, GoTech in a bit here, but I'm going to put the real, actual floppy in for IBM ImageEdit. We're going to go to drive A. We're going to run because I don't remember. You know, just run install, whatever. Install. Yay, it's install. And then ripperoni. Copy all the files from the zip. 144 display pat worked fine. Copied all the files from the drive to C. Tried to run display back. Got the same error message about enough space. Interesting. I think display is on here as well. Display. So both install and display on this fail. I don't remember. Did we get... Yeah, I don't think we figured out a solution to what's going on here. Yeah, IE20, but that just outputs an error code. Is there a way in DOS that we can see the error code from an executable? Wait, what's it doing? With floppy lights just staying on. Is it copying to my compact flash card? That's hilarious. What's the deal with size of lead weight? Well, it's say it out loud. I guess it is installing. Yeah, I suppose. That's weird. Oh, Ben, are you saying it's dead? That it stopped? It's not working? Okay. Trying to think, do we have any, you think, a crash or something very wonky about this floppy disk? Oh, I can't even control delete restart. Wow. David, thank you for the 100 bits. Okay, I slightly lied yesterday because I didn't know about the problem until we were live, and I did not want to fix it while we were live, okay? If I crack open the streaming computer, which is where the Deck Talk now lives, I think there's a volume wheel on it that I can turn down a little bit, and then it'll be fine. Recall batch file, it was just a series of if conditions. The one for IE20, by the way, I should probably shut this off. The one for IE20 is, it is a bunch of if statements, but it's just for telling you what the error codes mean. You didn't hear the deck talk? Wait, you're not hearing the deck talk? You should have heard it. Oh, I see what happened. Audio, desktop audio. I did not realize you couldn't hear it. There. Okay, one moment. I need to mute that. There we go. Okay, you would have only heard the deck talk if I was actually on this when I was showing my desktop. I had it set up so you could only see or hear the desktop when the desktop was visible. So yeah, okay. The error codes are only once the installer is given up. The actual prompts copying have it inside. Okay. Sorry, David. Oh wait, here. I can cheat.
David_Phantom, I am upset how much better the software deck talk sounds. My disappointment is immeasurable and my day is ruined. Happy Easter, Cheer 100.
It's really easy to repeat when I can just run the command. Okay. I didn't say thank you for the 100 bits, David. Okay, original IBM Sim. Whoa, that's sweet. This is all bubble memory. I hope it is. Okay. What do we want to do? I was reducing the volume because I realized it was probably too loud. Do we want to... Just trying to think about what debug steps are left. So we have... Do we have the files on the hard drive? CD setup. CD image edit. And then IE20. That fails. Install. Okay. You know what, Ben? Maybe you're onto something. Maybe I should try and run the ImageEdit install from the GoTech. So let me put files on there for that. I don't know if I don't think I have them on this computer though. So I need to go exploring to find them. Yay. Okay, one moment. We can do this. Okay, PC, no, IBM, PS2. Okay, so we're gonna put it here. All right. One moment. This, edit. Where you guys? I think there was a link to it. It was like win3x.org or something. That's it. Okay. So, they have two downloads. One download is a set of files. The other are a set of disk images. So let's try and download the disk images here. I don't really want to save it in the bank tax documents folder. Thank you. Let's see. Systems, IBM, Model 70. Let's go with IBM ImageEdit. Okay. All right. Hey, look, it's Nintendo Loop, by the way. Okay, so I want to go to the folder, and then this, and then we'll grab the disk images. You know, I don't remember if the files that I have that were used for this install were pulled from the disk images or if they're from this. Quick question. Does IMA work on GoTech? You know what? We'll just find out. Go, be free, floppy drive, have fun, yay! Okay, back to this. Plug it in the GoTech, let's see. Well, it didn't cry, so maybe it'll work. B. Der. Okay. Install. That was, I almost spelled it correctly. Install. Intriguing. It's on sector. Oh! Yeah, but Ben, why did it not, work with the real floppy? What, did I write this wrong? I wrote it wrong. What's missing? You can figure it out. The answer is unfortunately obvious. Grumble, grumble, grumble. Well, on the bright side, I could merge the two disk images into one master floppy now. Day wasted because of tape. It wasn't so much a day, let's be real. I think we had like a half an hour at the end where it was not working, right? Okay. I'm going to swap keyboards here because we might actually have a little bit of time on the PS2 for a change now. Okay. I think we have to find out something right now. I think I should delete the lead weight file right now. Yeah, we do need to hit escape. Yeah, let me bring up Ben's directions for installing this. Hold on. Oh. Yeah, the keyboard that's connected to the PS2 isn't the one that's connected to Discord. Surprisingly. Okay. Okay, I got sudo batch file. Boom. Okay. Just make Ben supposed to into a batch file? Yeah, I don't think that we should do it that way. Okay. Hold on. C. CD. Blah. Del lead dot star. Der. Okay. B. I'm just gonna wait for the other shoe to drop where it won't actually work off of drive B or something stupid like that. Run display to copy the drivers, then run Windows setup to install Windows, then run install to install ImageEdit. Okay. Hey, it worked though. Okay. just so you guys understand what we're looking at. These are the directions that Ben gave me for all of this. So, quick rundown of everything we need to do here, okay? So, the goal is to be able to open images from the IBM 3119 scanner in IBM ImageEdit, but also ideally to be able to scan within that program as well. So, but the problem is that once we boot the machine, or once the software needs to be able to run in grayscale mode. If I booted up Windows 3.1 on the other card, although I think we expunged that, so maybe that's not possible. When we had Windows 3.1 installed on this, we would try and run ImageEdit, and then it would not start because, or it wouldn't open the scanned images because it would require grayscale mode. So, we need to get grayscale mode working. It's possible we could do grayscale mode with the standard onboard video, but it's only 16 levels of grayscale, and we can get 64 levels of grayscale with the 8514. Now, we may have to do this twice because there is somewhat of a lingering question. I'm the biggest doubter that it won't work, or no, it's not 256 grayscale. It's 64 levels of grayscale with 256 bits of color depth, or 8 bits of color to add in, but it doesn't matter. We're getting 64 bits of grayscale. 64 levels of grayscale. Here is the main potential issue. In order to get the 64 levels of grayscale output, we may have to run in 1024 by 768 interlaced mode. If that's the case, I will not be able to display it on any CRT I own, most likely. At least not one that would look correct with the IBM. So, if that's the case, we may... this would suck. We may end up pulling the 8514 and just running the onboard video, but I'm hoping that it can output 640 by 480 with the higher color depth, but we don't know. But it seems like most people think it cannot do that, that the 8514 only can sync to 1024 by 768 interlaced. I am not so sure, so we'll find out. So, all right. So what we have to do is we have to install a driver for the video card in order to make it work. And then Windows needs the driver to function. It's kind of wonky. Anyway, I'm going to quit here because I just want to double check. On C in setup, CD setup. Do I already have the Windows setup files? I do. I did not run that, right? I did not. Okay, so we don't have Windows set up yet. We have the files to install Windows, and we know that will work. Well, such a weird limitation. It really is. It's all so weird. The other thing you got to realize, though, is that multi-sync monitors didn't exist yet because VGA didn't exist before all of this. So there was never a monitor that needed to exist that could sync to multiple things.
Tier 100, it's kind of wonky, has always been Windows. From 10 to 11. End of line.
Chloe, thank you for the 100 bits. Yeah, E is the best thing ever of all time. It is the IBM text editor, and it's my new favorite thing. E is correct. Yeah. So, all right. Okay, create IBM image installation directory. Is it called publish? Is that where it actually installs? Or is publish... Let me just look at this. Help path, C, publish. Okay, so it looks like by default, IBM ImageEdit installs to publish. Yeah, it looks it. Okay. Yeah, publish is the default installation directory name. That's moronic. Okay. MD publish. part of the personal publishing system or something. Ah, all right. That does annoyingly make sense. Okay. Why are we not just using DisplayBat now that it works? Wait, do we do that first? Because that's not in your directions. So it's like, because I'm saving these as we go along. Hold on. So run. Those are my directions for doing it all by hand instead. Oh, okay. D, I guess. We'll run display and see what happens. Display. I thought you said that the manuals, the software basically says get wrecked, loser, when you try and run it. So we'll find out. Worst case, we just reinstall Windows and stuff, so I don't really care. But yeah, okay. Any key to display programs use create image edit program directory, display appropriate display driver. Choose any key to specify the gray display driver. Okay. If you have not already done so, you should read the installing image edit program before. Yeah, I wish we had that. That would be cool. It's gonna really suck when IBM ImageEdit finally shows up on eBay for like $600 and I have to buy it. Okay. What type of display adapter are you using? Does it have any memory installed? Whatever window. Okay. If you're using the IBM with the IBM 8514 memory expansion kit, 1 if using System 2 display adapter, VGA adapter without. No, we're big bad mamma jammas. Okay. We're gonna use Windows 386. Display program will copy the display driver to fix disk drive C. If this is correct, press enter. Boom. You're using the image edit program with the IBM personal publishing system. Okay. The display adapter must be copied to the publish directory. To use this directory, press enter. If you're not using image edit program with the blah, 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 want to use another directory, type the name of the directory. Okay, so we could rename it, but I don't think I care. And call for dinner? All right. Thank you, Ben. Okay, got it, Ben. The appropriate gray display. It's so funny how gray is like the king here for this stuff. We need like a gray color palette driver. Okay. Next two panels contain important information about Microsoft Windows and the IBM personal publishing system. Choose one of the following depending on your situation. Okay, if you were sent the display program if you were not sent the display program, I don't know what the display program even is, so we'll go with 2. Next step is to install or reinstall Microsoft Windows. God, I love how horrible that is. Like, imagine you got Adobe Premiere, okay, and it was like step 1, uninstall Windows. Like, that's what we're talking about here. Okay, to avoid reinstalling personal publishing system, save the WinINI. I don't know. Do save it, I guess. Oh, man. Display program assumes that Microsoft Windows is on directory C. Yeah, it's there. Display program also assumes it's in the Windows directory. Maybe I should have done this. I don't know. Can I find? Yeah, that's I know, right? Display program assumes Microsoft Windows directory. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, I broke it. Oh, I'm actually stuck here. Oh, I pressed escape before. Okay, hopefully it's fine. Would not put that past Adobe these days. Windows and Premiere doesn't affect you. I know, right? Okay. So now we install Windows, I think?
90 says Tier 100. Previously we were concerned about not having color. Now we are installing proper gray support.
Exactly.
Command.
It's so weird. Okay. Yeah, now we install Windows. So we go back to drive C, we CD, we go to publish, CD, setup, CD, actually I don't remember what it was called. I think it's 2386, yeah. CD, Win 2386, that's 68, 86. All right, by the way, fun fact, I'm using my industrial gray Model M here. I was going to bring home the other one. I was like, wait, I have a Model M at home. I was also not going to use a Model M at all, but then I realized I might need a numpad, and I don't have a single other PS2 keyboard at home that has a numpad. All right. I think we run setup, right? Oh, yeah, I definitely saw it. Setup. All right. How far have we gotten into this? This is as far as we've gotten. Okay. So that's a CD player? No. All right. Continue setup. Windows 386. Apparently we should install it to Windows. Okay. Loads a list of computers on which you may install Windows 386. Use to highlight your selection. We're going with Model 80 because that's as close as it gets. We're going to change video card. Beep. Beep, beep, beep. I like beeps. Okay. We're going to go to Other. Requires disk. We're going to go C. Publish. Ooh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Not VGA? What do you mean not VGA? Wasn't run display, go to Windows, changing VGA driver to other. Yeah, that's correct, isn't it? No, Whitmeister, because we actually kind of installed it. That IBM card. Yeah. But the part there with the 1024. That's a I lose. I'm also not 100% sure what this is going to look like on the RetroTank 4K, so this is going to be fun. Here we go. Oh, gosh. Oh, no. All right. Extra high res. Yeah, I know, right? It will actually be kind of cool as long as I can get it set up. Yeah, we will probably have to do some time tinkering with the Windows capture here, so you'll have to bear with me.
Spaukin says Tier 100. I am calling about your IBM PS2 extended warranty. It finally expired by your command.
Spooky, thank you for the 100 bits. Let's see. No, we're not installing a printer or plotter. Yes, we're in the US. Do you want to modify, create your no modifications? Wait, if you have an auto exec, setup can automatically modify it. Setup to modify, create. Yeah, just go ahead and do it. I don't really care. Setup needs to know where your exec is. Yeah, it's on C. Where else would it be? Okay, there is advanced information on Windows 386 available in README files, which are located on the things and the stuff. You can review this. Yeah, that's what reading is. Run memset. Okay, I think we... in memory, smart. I think we have to run this, right? Wait, hold on. This is one of those areas I think I screwed it up last time. I think I don't run this, correct? An earliest video is not ideal for computer graphics, so I'm not expecting it to look great. We'll see with the RetroTank 4K. That might look okay. I don't have a vintage CRT that will be a good fit for that, though. I'm just, real quick. Totally not going to eBay. Totally not looking up CRTs. IBM 8514. That's an 8503. No idea what that is. It's monochrome. That's That's the exact same one. That's an 8503. That's an 8513. That's an 8503. 8503. 8503. 8503. Yep, there are none on eBay. Hello, what now? Hold on, I'm just placing a bid on something really quick here. There we go. Okay, there, I'm winning now. Let's go ahead and add that to watch list. There we go. Okay, never mind what I was doing there. It's not important. I don't see any monitors on eBay. Oh well. Currently building 10th gen Intel NAS. Ugh. I don't rough having to build a computer thing. MEMS is for extended memory on 286 systems. Okay, so that's a skip. C skip. Setup has been complete. Remove the disk from A to reboot your system. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, reboot. Okay. There is no floppy in drive A. Okay. Ran it last time. So you want other outcome, do the opposite. Yeah. Okay. Now, the real question here, do we have a mouse driver? No, it did not install a mouse driver for DOS. All right. Win? Bad command or file. But win 386. All right, here we go. Oh, yeah. That's, Yep. Okay. All right. So, this is where this gets fun. Welcome to live RetroTank 4K debugging. All right, one moment. I capture 2. Okay. So, gosh. Boom. PS2 mouse. Yeah, we have mouse. That's working. Oh, look at the cursor. Just like, ugh. All right. So, down at the bottom, mode unknown. Yay! We get to create a new mode line for the RetroTank 4K. That's probably the least surprising part of this whole thing. Because like if there was ever something I would expect to need a custom mode line, interlaced 1024 by 768 is one of those things that I would expect would need it. So, looky here. Okay. This is my custom mode line generator script for the RetroTank 4K. We're going to set this up. You know what? It is possible that I don't even have interlace. Yeah, I do have interlace enabled. So we're gonna have to enable interlace. That's fun. Call it 8514. Oh yeah, we will. Don't worry. Do mode line walkthrough for right now. So our expected resolution is 1024 by 768. Okay. We need to do a little bit of sleuthing here first. So if we go back to this is going to be a little complicated to manage. Actually, let me just do this. Hold on. Hotkeys. Scale. Clear. HDMI. There. Okay. So now I can go back here to there. Okay. So the first thing I have to do, and I know this is not going to be easy for you to see. I can help this slightly, actually, though. If I go to Advanced Settings, OSD Firmware, I can put it on the right. Okay. So we have to go to the status here, because the first thing we need is the frame information on how this is being generated. And all of that is on page 2 here. So let's go back over to this. So our frame rate is 86.968. That is so weird. 86.968, which may change when it's interlaced. Our H period is 28.15. Our H active is 22.8. Okay. So this is used to calculate a rough sample rate to use for this video. Then we have some other things here. We are interlaced, so we will want that. I want to make sure that actually changed something too. It does. Okay, that is implemented. I have surprisingly never had to deal with interlaced VGA before. So lines per frame also needs increasing. Lines per frame, yes. So our lines per frame, okay, is 817. Yeah, thank you for catching that. 817. Why is it 87 hertz? That's such a weird frequency. Okay, now the way that we handle this, so we have a test mode line. So what I need to do is I need to turn off the RetroTank 4K and then pull out the SD card, add this to the mode line file, and then we can test that that syncs. And then we have some ways of handling the sync adjustments from there. So let me go back to here, and I'm going to shut off the RetroTank 4K. Flip around. Grab its custom SD card. There's nothing special about it. It's just, looks fun. All right. And let's add the mode line. This is a massive preview for how the VGA capture video is going to work. Now, apparently the USB ports on my DOS keyboard have died. Kind of sucks. Okay. I need this and this. And then we go to in modes, input database. Here we go. So we're going to copy the test mode line, add that here, save, and that's it. Now we can just close this file, eject the card, and we're good. Pop it back in the machine. And turn it on. And for the record here, I have a custom RetroTank 4K interface control program that I wrote. So I just click one button here and then it starts to power back up. Is there a public repository for RetroTank profiles? Not that I'm aware of. It also gets a little wonky because it's the mode lines could be shared or something like that, but a mode line database would make more sense to not have necessarily be specific to this. But so here's the thing. I have different profiles for different video cables. That's how specific it is. Like the phase, the spacing, the cropping is different depending on how it's plugged in like that. It's kind of frustrating. Okay, hold on. I just need to quickly load the profile. I'm sparing you a bunch of horrible flickering right now as I load my profile for the PS2, which doesn't always work, annoyingly. I click 4K after, then it works. Okay. That looks wonky. Okay. So here is the output for now. That ain't right. It is matching the mode line though, so there's that at least. HDMI output. We are doing 4K 60. Okay. Okay. I've never dealt with interlace stuff. See if it handles the resolution. So I do have a Dell monitor we can try at some point here, but I don't actually know. So. Custom remote, have you been on a tank tangent? Oh, yeah, actually, kind of a lot. You can find the remote software on GitHub if you care. Okay, first off, I'll move the OSD over to the right for you guys. That's not what I was trying to do. Okay. So, let's try and figure this out. So, by the way, normally you're supposed to use a literal remote that looks like that image that I showed you for the webpage. It's like a physical, you hold it in your hand remote, and I can't stand doing that. This is so much better. Oh my gosh. I have, my web interface is mapped to keys. You can probably hear me mashing on them so that I can just quickly fly through all of this. Okay, scaling and cropping. Deinterlace. Something ain't right here. Well, we have the decimation factor cranked way ridiculously high for one. Let me make sure it's actually doing it as interlaced. 817i, yeah. So normally the next steps are a little easier. I'm not quite sure why so much is missing on the top. So let's figure that out. So scaling cropping, we can negative or positively crop the top, I should say, which will let us reveal how much more data there is up there. Oh my gosh. So that's a front porch error for the vertical sync signal. That's fine. So bottom trim. Why is there so much? That is weird. This might be what we have to do for the HP 16500B, by the way, since it almost looked interlaced. Oh my gosh, one moment. That is looking really good, though. I don't like how jittery that bottom line is. Oh well. I'm just going to left trim for a bit here, and then right trim. We need to bring back a little more. Okay, we'll go with that for now. Now, I don't want par, I want square pixels. And then the other thing is that it always defaults. No, it is set to nearest neighbor here. Okay. I need... Ooh. I don't think I can adjust that on the fly. That's a problem. All right, let's press this button. All right, we're now outputting 1080p. Oh, I don't. You probably couldn't hear me for a bit there. So one of the things I will do at this point is I'm using the OBS scene zoomed in here, and then there's like no way I can show you this. Oh well. I have to set it to pixel perfect, or unscaled video input, and then I look at the direct pixels to see what they look like as I align this. But this also is not working super well this time. I'm going to scale it to window because I have this up on another monitor as well, which should in theory work. We disable fit. Yeah, I didn't intend to disable. That was a mistake. All right, let's mess with this a little bit here. Figuring out... Oh, that looked pretty good right there, actually. Yeah, figuring out the phase is going to be a little difficult here. Let me try and open a dialogue or something. Could I open... What happens if I run this? Does that actually run something? Or... Oh, that's not what I wanted. Okay. Can I edit this? File. Get info. I want to open a big text file so that I have a bunch of stuff to try and scale again. Maybe under Windows, is there like Notepad or something? Notepad. Yeah. Oh, wait, there's Paint? Wait a minute. Paint might be even better. If it didn't lock up the computer. All right, well, to give you an idea of what I'm trying to do here. So we have something called decimation factor. And what this allows me to do is reduce the effective number of horizontal pixels by not quite averaging them, but selecting on them. So we can oversample by 2 times and then pick which one we want. So in this case, we have 1025 actual pixels. So if I set this to 2050, I think I'm going to have to restart the computer now. By the way, there is no way to enter a number here. You have to scroll like this. And this is horrible to do with the remote. Paint with memory leak crashes the system. Is that like a real thing, or are you just having fun? Because I have no idea. Ooh, actually getting something interesting here. So there's a phase that's happening in the background. Yeah, so somewhere around... interesting. So, I think it'll come across on stream. Yeah, so you see the gray bars in the middle of the video signal? I think you might be able to see that. They're kind of moving around, changing size. So I'll make them tighter here, and then I make them less tight there. That's calculating the phase. Yeah, it's just a phase that's going through. Yeah. So what I need is I need one bar to be the same width as the entire screen. And we're trying to find the point at which that happens. And then we can also find the subphase. I feel like it's less likely to matter here, though. Honestly, I think this is pretty good already. May have the vertical resolution, one of the settings, due to it being interlaced. There is something for that, but it didn't actually work. So if we go to scaling processing, we have vert prescale here, but it didn't change anything. Because yeah, that is a lot to crop off of the bottom. That's an unusual amount. But it might be some wonkiness with deinterlacing. There is a deinterlacing thing here as well, but that doesn't seem to do anything. Also, I should probably just restart the computer at this point. So you can kind of see the power of the RetroTank 4K here and why I am so RT 4K pilled now. Because as this boots, it's going to detect the different modes. So we can see in the lower right here now that it's mode DOS 400 p 70 hertz. And then as I start Windows here, Win 386, it will automatically switch to my test mode. Boom. There we go. It makes it so nice. Why does Bob have his own setting? It's that sounds weird at first, but it is specifically for the Bob deinterlacing method. So deinterlacing here is going to be a little weird. I don't know what the best one will be. Yeah, it looks like weave is probably correct here. Because yeah, deinterlacing kind of sucks. And that mouse cursor's horrible. For the number of lines setting. Oh, I may want to have that. That is true. That I could potentially do. In the mode line, maybe. If that's the case, and I do have to have it in the mode line, I might want to add some math to my my Excel file to do that automatically. All right, let's open Notepad here and print a bunch of stuff so that I can dial this in. All right. Capital M. Control. There's no Control A? Okay, how about this? Copy. Paste. Edit. Copy. Ugh. Shift insert. Oh, it doesn't move to the next line. Boo. I do like how it beeps. Okay. So now, as I go through the phase settings, this will be a lot more obvious. I don't think it is correct currently. Yeah. So we can see where the M's double up in thickness. That's not right. So there it's not quite correct. There it's pretty close, and then that's wrong. So 247, that's the correct number of pixels. Then we decimate that by 2. And then we could probably auto phase here, actually. Probably close enough and with some good enough stuff that it can figure it out. Yeah, that looks pretty good. Yeah, it's not bad. You have 1024 real pixels, so it needs to double. So the way that it works is we can oversample. That's what we're doing. So we're oversampling the pixels by 2. And then what we're doing is we're telling it we are oversampling the pixels by 2 here. So it halves the number of pixels, and then we can pick which oversample we want, and then we can adjust the phase position of that oversample. So in an ideal situation, you can actually oversample by 3 and then pick the middle pixel. Understood any of that? That's the kind of thing I'm going to have to cover more in the VGA capture video, and why. One of the reasons why it's taken me so long to get around to it, because first off, I had to learn all of that. And then second off, I have to come up with a way of explaining that as effectively as possible. So I think that looks good. So what we might want to do here is go back to this. And maybe we do want to reduce that by half. Maybe we reduce it by half only if we have interlace enabled. Let's look at this really quick. Hold on. So our cropping, let's look at that. Colors look like they're going from H to 0. Well, your tablet, so this is a pixel perfect feed, unfortunately, because I can't really scale that. I could do this. So here's what 2x output scaling looks like if you want to see how the M's hold up there, because that'll probably look better. That's also a good way of checking how tight it is. Yeah, that looks like that. Says lines frames interlaced is always have. Where are you seeing that information? Because if you were seeing it in that the Excel sheet, that's on me. What'd you miss? Well, this is the 8514 running in color, working correctly. Oh, hey, it's running in color. Working correctly. What? The calc sheet. Okay. Wait, what? Roll F. Interlace. You're wondering why I was in color? Yeah, I didn't even think to wonder why I was in color. So I made this. I made this file. But yeah, I think what I will do is if this is 1, then I will divide this number by 2 to print in here, which is gonna suck. But we can do that. Ugh. Okay. Which number is oh gosh, this is awful. Yeah, the whole exercise was to get wait, yeah, why is it not in gray? Huh? That's a good point. Hold on. Do we have the files just on the drive somewhere? No, because that's not installed. We have setup. That has the whole thing there. We don't have a grayscale file. Oh, we do have a grayscale because it comes as a sample. Hold on. ImageEdit. Let's just for kicks run this and see what it looks like. Oh, it just switched into gray mode. Okay, and then it crashed. Well, Digital Ice Age, the confusing part is that we don't have that ID bit set for color mode. That's what's confusing. So the card should not, it wasn't defaulting to color mode before. Unless the card just always goes into color mode when it loads with that driver and it doesn't respect the pin. All right, well, I'm going to leave that for a second. Let's go back to this. All right. Yeah. This is C22. C22. Okay, we're going to make C22 trunk of C22 divided by interlaced plus 1. And that'll work. And it becomes 768. Yeah. So if I set this to 0, no, 817, and then 1, 408. Okay, we'll go with that. So then down here, same thing. C22 becomes that. Enter 408. Does mode line not support half lines? I don't know. Should we 408 point? I actually don't know if it can do that. I mean, we can try. I mean, we can print that, but I don't know if it's valid for the RetroTank 4K. That's the only thing. I don't know if that has to be an integer or not. Why does the scanner need grayscale again? Because the scanner is grayscale. Yeah. All right, well, I think I got to reboot the computer again. All right. Anyway, the other thing that I wanted to look at. That sheet also on my GitHub. No. I'm not quite sure GitHub would be the best place to put that. It's going to be on my wiki eventually. So I'm actually currently writing up a bunch of markdown files. They're somewhere around here. There. That's not it. This. I'm writing up a I don't even know where it went. I got them somewhere. A bunch of markdown files that I'm going to turn into wiki pages that will be released. The way that I'm doing this is I'm trying to write wiki pages in a way that makes sense to also write a script as chapters. So I'm trying to develop the website that will cover everything and the script in one go, and I'll publish the mode line builder sheet on the website. Okay, back to this. Win386. I just wanted to get the crop number for the vertical crop. So 514. So hold on. I need to do math, and I'm not allowed to use a Python calculator. So box it is. 408. No, hold on. Actually, not that. Clear entry. 514 minus 408 equals 106. That's roughly the correct area to be in. Okay. Win2 as a calculator, but I got a SOBOX right there. Just waiting. Okay, let's put this mode line in. I'm gonna save the profile. Yeah, let's do that. Mechanical calculators allowed? That's an electronic calculator. The whole point is to get me to use my vintage calculators. It's not to just, haha, now you can't use Python. Ban Windows calculator. Yeah, that feels more appropriate. Okay, hold on. I need to... Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and save the profile. It'll be kind of wrong. Actually, will it even match? No, this doesn't matter. We're going to have to rebuild this. Let me just get the... let me get the other information. Profiles. No. Advanced settings. ADC. So 2527. So as you go through the mode line builder, you go through, you input your initial guess information, you get this. Then you get your actual samples per line. So it'd be 25, 7 or 2, 2, 5, 2, 7, decimation factor of 2. And then you input here the information that you get from the scaling area. So if we go back to this, so we have bottom trim, which is super wrong here, which is why I'm going to input minus 106 here. That was why I wanted to calculate that. And then the left trim, we're going to input minus 26. And then this will properly calculate the values. So now we can name this IBM 8514. And then this should be correct now, as long as it supports that decimal value, which I don't know if it does. So I'm going to shut down the RetroTank 4K again. I'm going to go pull the SD card. We'll put this on instead, and then see what that looks like. By the way, it's really annoying to make an Excel sheet that you can't, like, just accidentally click things. Very difficult. Okay, so we're going to replace this one. Save that. Close it. Eject it. Pop it. Twist it. And then we can put the card back in. UI sequence written in LibreOffice Calc. Yeah, but you got to do so many stages of math. And here's the thing. There's websites that you can go to that kind of do this. They don't do it in quite the guided way that I have it set up here, where you can just slowly input the information as you go over time. Lock cells is a pain. Yes, it is not fun. Cause it to segfault my burst laughing. I don't know. Okay. I need to menu, profiles, load file, PS2. Okay. So it's going to be messed up again, just to clarify. I'm going to go 1080p. Oh, it's not even matching. No, it's matching. It's wonky. So, whoops. Hold on. One moment. I'm going to disappear for a second. And I'm back. Okay. Make it a Visual Basic program. Yeah. I can't click that. Okay, I see what the problem is. This. Okay, I don't know where the video went. That's not right. Advanced settings, scaling, cropping. So none of that is... This video is just gone. What? Okay, so we want this to be 1, square pixel. Why is it like 0 and 1 pixel? I think it doesn't like half lines. Yeah. That's my guess. Huh. I don't think it's off screen. We can... Scaling, cropping. Yeah, I think it's, I think it doesn't like the half thing. Yeah, that's why trunk. That's why I did trunk previously. So I'm just going to grab that. Pop that there. Okay, 408. trunk. 408. Really don't want to save this, but now I made changes. I'll be able to fix it because I want this to stay as the values for Sonic CD. Sonic CD runs in like some weird messed up version of 800 by 600 if I remember too. It's just a really weird thing, but it's a great example of how to do it. That's why I used it. Okay, we can shut this off. Now it's going to get wonky. Well, actually, I don't know if it's going to get wonky. We'll find out. It's possible that the what you call it, the half pixel messed it up, and it's also possible that having the line count be halved messed it up. I don't know which it is. So let's find out. Oop, only difference should be, excuse me, removing the 0.5. Yep, that's it. Okay. Take that out. All right. Why is there a music note? For some reason, that is the indicator that it is a custom mode line. I don't know why it's a music note. Okay, one moment. I need to load the profile. If I don't do this off camera, then you have to look at a bunch of weird flickering because it's trying to interpret the VGA as a S video by default. I opened the wrong profile. That's pretty close. Oh, that's not a good sign. Watch, the computer's just outputting black or something instead, because it's still not showing up. Maybe we can't divide it by 2. I'm gonna guess we can't divide it by 2. So it is matching. But yeah. Wait, what? Hold on. Let's go mess with some stuff. Yeah, so we have a ridiculous amount of bottom trim still here. Can't quite set it to 1x. Okay, now it'll be set to 1x-ish. And then top is too far. By a lot. I don't know if it accepted the fractional pixel or not. That's the only thing we changed. So it is accepting the half. However, there we go. Now we can autofill integer. It was just so far off, it wouldn't take it. So the half pixel or not didn't really matter. No, Poop, we're not. No, Flare Spire. We're not sure about that. What it is it seems like having, what is that line? Hold on. So I have this is our final mode line. I have a mode line viewer tool in here as well. Somewhere. Is it at the bottom of this? Yeah, mode line viewer. So if we paste this in, divide by 0. Why are we getting a divide by 0 error? Oh, because we have to put it here. Okay. So total lines per frame is set to 408. That's what we are changing as far as the actual setting. So, unfortunately, there isn't a, like, super awesome description of what these do. And I don't know if it's lines per frame or lines per field, because that matters for interlaced video or not. The HP scope help us here. This is why I want the HP scope at home, because I can hook it up into my RGB Extron matrix switcher and then just have the video feed sent directly to it. But for this exact setup, I think we know enough about this signal that it's not a problem. But the problem that we do have is that I don't know how to make the RetroTank 4K correctly interpret this signal. I now don't quite understand what the total lines per frame actually does. I wonder if it's being ignored because it's lower than the vertical active resolution. Oh, hold on. So I'm looking at this. So I have a box here that I can paste the mode line into, and then it breaks down what everything is set to. So we have total lines per frame set to 408. And I just want to point out that console, RT4K console wiki, this is basically the only place this stuff is documented. Mode line, custom mode line. So you can look through it here. But this is not actually a RetroTank website. This is just kind of like community stuff. And there is a mode line generator website, but then they use different names for some of this stuff. So they're calling it's the fourth up 1, 2, 3, 4 vertical sync lines. I don't know how that relates. So the upper and lower line count are part of the mode line. And I don't think this is the correct mode line. That's not an input mode line. Hold on. There's a difference between input mode lines and output mode lines, which is super duper fun. Custom input modes. Okay, here we go. So you match. So 1, 2, 3, 4 vertical total. So this is how you set. Okay, that's why it's not working out of the box. So it's possible we might want to. Oh. No. Don't disregard those examples. That's the output mode line. So there's 2 sets of mode lines. You can create custom output resolutions, which I know at least one person has used to connect to a 20 or a 3840 by 2400 16 by 10 4K display, which is kind of awesome because it really scales well for some common like PC resolutions. So they created a custom 16 by 10 4K output. That's where what you were looking at earlier. So the custom input modes is completely different. With Extron Scaler, be able to handle the signal and give you more information about it. It won't give me more information. That's for sure. But Poot, we are not looking. We don't need more information. That's not what we're lacking. We are lacking the knowledge of how to give the information that we have to the RetroTank 4K. That's what we're lacking. So what I might need to do is divide vertical active lines by 2. And then, oh my gosh. Hold on now. This is, This is not going quite how I thought it would. It says on the console mods page. Let me look at that. Relay signals are treated on a frame, not field. So these are different. If that's what you're looking at. So those are the values. Let me go over to this. Those are the values here. So these are used for determining whether or not the mode line is correct for the input signal. So it's not used for interpreting anything related to scaling and displaying the video like this. Well, Poot, most people are not trying to connect an IBM PS2 outputting interlaced wonky video resolutions. So they don't have to deal with this. This is the level of nitty-gritty for VGA capture that keeps me awake at night. But that only because I know I can solve it, which is the most infuriating thing. It's more about fully understanding how the tools work, which is part of why I like the RetroTank 4K so much, because it gives me all of this control. Okay, what I think we need to do, I think we need to try... Man. I think we need to try reducing the value here. I don't know if I don't see OLN. The problem is they don't need to give you the mode lines for the things that are normal because they're already baked into the firmware. So what I'm working, let's just get rid of this page. What I'm working with is weird stuff, which is the problem. Actually, I'm going to stick that over there. So if we go to SD card original input modes here, 40i custom. So this might be a good example. Let's plug that in. Okay. So vertical active is half. Total lines per frame is half. Okay. So these do, all right. All right. Let me think about this. This complicates this in a way that I was not anticipating. The problem is the front porch and the sync signals. So if we bring back this. So the vertical total includes the front porch, sync pulse, and back porch, in addition to the active lines. So I need to reduce active lines by half and then leave these? Or do they all need to be divided by 2? I think we just have to test and find out. Okay, let's do this. Let me shut off the RT4K again. Hold on, I need to disappear one more time. Okay. I'm going to shut it off. That's how I know off the cuff that the Windows 95 background color is actually 8080. Which is kind of fun. If we go to I forget. Yeah, format cells, background, color, 8080. Yeah, I think the front and back porch are going to need to be divided, so we'll try that. Let me grab the card. I don't want to try half lines this time. So we're not adding that back in, but we are going to divide 768 by 2. So interlaced. So before the C22 line, we have C25. No, C22, we have C12. We're going to do the exact same thing here, but with C12 instead. So let me just copy all of that, paste it there, and then change it to that. And then I'm going to take this, and submit that. So now it's 384. Huh. $368. Like, maybe that explains the wonky resolution of the 16500B, because I swear it is like interlaced or something. Anyway, the C12 here. Boom. Okay, so we're going to pop this one in there. Okay, input modes, blah, blah. Boom. Only difference is 768 to 384. Save that. Close it. Eject it. Okay, then bring it back. Let's try this. See how that syncs. In theory, the way this should work, if you dial in the mode line correctly, you should not need to do any cropping on the image when you go to set it up for display. I'm just going to set the default profile to the PS2 for right now. I think by default it loads 1. And then 1080p for now. Okay. So good news. That looks a lot more correct. It should look weird because we're not doing the correct stuff with the decimation. So we don't have a dedicated vertical sync value. The way that it works is kind of weird. So if we go back to this, let me show you. So we'll go through the mode line generator. If I paste in the one that we just did, there is no sync pulse time. So we have a sync plus back porch here, and then a sync plus back porch there. Oh, that we might... Yeah, we might need to divide that by 2. Actually, you're right, because it's missing the top. Well, that one sucks. That one sucks a lot to have to do. That one's awful. Oh. Okay. Yep. Brutal. Okay. Yeah, we can kind of roughly calculate that. So it's 47. If we have to add 24-ish pixels to bring the title bar back, then yeah. I really don't blame the RetroTank developer for not being able to edit this on the RetroTank. We can edit this on the RetroTank. Let me show you. I will do it live. What I'm doing is different than what most people would do. So if we go to scaling and cropping here, I can bring the top up. And am I going to have to bring it up by 24? It's exactly 24. It's close enough. So we do have to divide that by half. Yes, 100%. So we can make these adjustments live. But what we're doing is we're trying to pre-program it. So we don't have to make specific adjustments like this. We're trying to tell it in advance all of the highly specific information about this video format. So it's a little different. So what I was saying with the 24 is that is the amount that we are we're taking out of the front porch. Because you'll note that the video signal that it talks about here is just the sync plus back porch. So basically we have twice as much back porch as we need. Edit the mode profile. Yeah, but editing the mode sucks. This is the mode line. So you would have to edit this line without having like tab separated information. Like maybe they could put a header up here, which is essentially what I'm doing down here, but it's still kind of terrible. Like I wouldn't want to do this on there realistically. It kind of sucks. I mean, I guess they could have a whole menu for it like this, but yeah. By the way, we still haven't properly installed ImageEdit. We still have to do that. It's just I got sidetracked by this because, well, this is going to be the only way I'm going to be able to show it in video. So we have to do this no matter what. Yeah, but again, mode lines are different. You can fully tune the image exactly how you want to see it without editing a mode line. And then you can save it on the device. It's there's 2 ways you can do it. And the mode line way is just the hyper specific way. So, all right. So the way so this is 153. Wait a minute. Yeah, that should be wrong. Okay, so it's C12, which is that value, times 36, which is the back porch estimate, divided by 100. And then we added this information in, so it's more accurate. So if we do C12 divided by 2, I think we're good. I think that's what we need to do. And then we'll leave everything else the same. So here, not that one, this one. C12. And it's not actually divided by 2, it's divided by C34 plus 1, blah, 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 blah. So that. So that becomes 76, and that is correct. That's what we want. You may not like it, but that is peak what you call it, performance. Okay. So now that becomes negative 30 because we took so much off of the top. Yeah. Are we still rebuilding the Model 70? Yep, it's here running right now. That's it, right there. Okay, so this is wrong, but we can try this. Okay, we're going to try this out, and then we're going to adjust the crop factors again. I'm going to go pull the SD card. We're going to go back to that one. Actually, you know what? I'm going to set this to 0. Because we know what the sample rate is there. So we're going to use this instead. Looks like decimal values are allowed. You know what? We'll use that. We'll for giggles do this. We'll get rid of the truncate. Oh, that was wrong, actually. We'll get rid of the truncation on the line count and see what that looks like at the same time. Return, did we successfully break everything? Ben, you're in for a treat in a second. I wonder what you'll find the most confusing thing first. Escape. Oh, what are we firefighting? RetroTank 4K mode line generation. You know, the usual stuff. Stuff that everybody has to deal with. Okay, input modes, blah, blah, blah. We're going to adjust this, save that, close that. All right. You'll like this, Ben. It's pretty good, actually. The broad strokes are really good. We're getting caught up in a very nitty-gritty detail right now. But it is working. BK, it'll make sense in a little bit. That's the correct value. Okay, that's apparently not how I set the default one to load, but whatever. It all comes down to VJ capture for you, doesn't it? Yes, it does. Always. Okay. All right. So first off, Ben, look at it. It's 8514 video. Okay, first off, let me move the OSD over for you all. Okay. So, we don't want decimation factor of 4. We could auto phase, but I think it's probably close enough. And then scaling cropping. Okay. 52. Okay. So I am now recording the value here for... it should actually be the same. Hold on. Let's go back. So if we go to bottom trim, we should plus, or we should minus 52. Those two values should be identical. And they are, ignoring the stupid bouncy half line. Yeah, that's correct. Okay. So to let you understand, BK, what you're doing, because you are genuinely curious about this, which I appreciate. We have to determine how big the sync pulse in the front porch and back porch area is. So if we go back to the mode line walkthrough, all right, the way that I do this initially is by speculating that it's 20% of the signal, all right? So I'm setting the back porch by that. We don't actually know. So what we do is we just use that to generate a rough idea of how big the back porch plus sync signal is. Then we input the image into the RetroTank 4K, and then we crop it like I'm doing here. And then however much we crop it, we input that number here. So in this case, we've minus 52 there. And then the left trim we'll figure out in a second. But that tells us how many pixels the sync pulse actually is. And then we can feed that into the mode line generator. And here you can see that it's now 24. We're cheating because we already knew it was 24 because we had that 48 or 47 there. So this is the way to do this from scratch. So as long as these two numbers are identical, which they should be if it's working correctly, then we would know. Can we just use your portable oscilloscope you did a video on? Not really. It's very, very difficult to determine this kind of stuff at that level because there are no pixels in the porch area. There's no bandwidth level sync signal that we can use to count individual pixels. The best we can do, and the RT4K kinda can do this, is to do... One moment. We can look at the status page, and we can see the size of the pulses. So we can see the H-sync pulse width, and once we know what the sample rate is, we could use that to calculate the pixels roughly, but it's a lot more precise if we use the scale and cropping page here, because this is literally exactly pixels. So on the left side, we're going to do a trim. We're going to take out a number of pixels here. So we took out 26. On the right side, we should have to add 26. It looks like it's 27, maybe? That could be decimation phase nonsense. So we'll go ahead and say it's 26, and then we'll mess with the phase when we nail this. Recording any of this for the video? Absolutely not. No, this is going into the real VGA video, the real VGA capture video. This is the VGA capture video, essentially, what you're seeing right here. This should not be part of the PS2 video. So now we can see we need to left trim minus 26. And now, finally, this is the real mode line. That will properly sync to it every single time. So we can shut down the RetroTank 4K and then try to do that. Usually best bet is set up 50% alternating pixels, paddles, drive those things. Well, that's fine if you know. Oh, Ben, I guess I didn't make it clear. This is 1024 by 768 interlaced from the 8514. Whoops, I didn't, hold on. I need to disappear again for a second. So I'm having to create a custom mode line in the RetroTank 4K to describe the interlaced video input. That's what I'm doing there. Also, it looks wonky because we are scaling it to 4:3 stupidly. We can input the pixel aspect ratio, so there it is, 1:1, looking correct. We can put the pixel aspect ratio in, but I hate that, so I never do that. And that card output progressive. Apparently, no, I'm going to say. It can output 640 by 480. So, versus this horrific flicker we'd see in our CRT, exactly. Just ignore that bottom line. So yeah, that's correct now. So what we can do again, we're going to go back to this. And this is our correct mode line now that we have the crop values here. So we'll shut down the RetroTank 4K one more time. I'm going to go grab the card, we can pop that in, and then that's the mode line. Why is some of the text looking bold? Because the font is stupid. I seriously think that's actually it. If it's not that, then I may have the sample rate wrong, but we'll double check that in a second. All right. Oh, I do calculate the pixel aspect ratio. Why is that wrong? Weird. All right, let's close that. We should be done now. And I should be able to set a, save the profile correctly now. Yeah, so the way that it works is apparently the onboard video card output 640 by 40 progressive. Got to state that on this stupid computer. And then the 8514, kind of like a Voodoo 2, can override the video signal, and then output a different video pattern. Okay, so here is the uncorrected output. The only thing I need to change after I move the OSD over to the right, the only thing I should need to change is first off to set the decimation factor back to 2, and then scaling cropping to 1:1. And now it's perfect. I could need to adjust the phase, but that's it. So the scaling cropping, we don't need to change anything because it knows exactly what the front porch and back porch sizes are, as well as the sync pulse signal. And then the pixel line, or the samples per line, is automatically loaded from the mode line. So we don't need to adjust that anymore. Back to motion adaptive. I haven't set anything for that. So the deinterlacing, yeah, it's there. Motion adaptive just basically switches between weave and bob based on the video signal, right? Like, it just automatically chooses one of them. Okay, so the last thing we can do is, I'm going to open Notepad again. I'm going to type out a bunch of M's, and then we're going to make sure that the phase is set correctly, and then we're going to lock that in. I know what Notepad is. There it is. Okay. Because M's are the perfect character. Was a control insert for copy, edit, shift insert, control insert copy, shift insert paste. Okay. So control insert, shift insert. Okay. So now what I can do, I can go into the scaling cropping. We're going to proportional, do 2x scale, because now we can mess with the phase, and it's very easy to see. I can auto phase. Should lock that in. Yeah, very, very good. We can see a little bit of phase wonkiness. Maybe I want it to be I'm pretty sure that's way worse. Maybe not.
Dialgemet says not just kidding, cheer 100. End of line.
And thank you for the 100 bits. Yeah, when you're this close, it's hard to tell. So there you can see the phase getting wonky. Yeah, I think that might be just a little past. So I might have the samples per line wrong just a little bit, but it's close enough that it doesn't matter. Okay. All right, I'm going to have it auto phase, and then it should be good. I'll lock in the scaling cropping here. I'll set this to 1x again. Double check that the left and rights are good. Yep. And that's it. I'm going to take out the bottom pixel because I hate it. Boom. Profiles. Save current. Blammo. That is RT 4K synced to 1024 by 768 interlaced. Okay. Well, we're done now, Majenko. So, no, I'm just kidding. Now we have to actually finish the install because we haven't actually done the install for ImageEdit yet. So let's do that. So let's close this. Save current changes. No. And now we can exit DOS. This will end your Windows session, or exit Windows, go back to DOS. All right. I'm going to go back to... hold on, I need a second. PC, no. Scale. Nah. Okay. One moment. There we go. Why is the background black? Still enabled. Okay, there we go. Fixed. There is... Oh, it's all messed up. Ugh. Why is it messed up? Does this? Yeah, there we go. All right. Now we install IBM ImageEdit. Okay. So, B. Now we just run install, right, Ben? Install. Okay. One to install ImageEdit program. Okay, you have that already installed. Installing ImageEdit program before we start. Yeah, sure. I definitely read the manual for sure. Yep. Install ImageEdit program to C. Yes. Publish directory. Sure. Why not? Okay. So we have a. I'm guessing they're calling it the IBM page scanner. So I'm 4. Did I install the grayscale driver? Yes. Okay. Oh, is it just taking forever to copy stuff? Yeah, okay, it's rolling. So, you can... Well, I guess you can't really see it. GoTex going to town over here. It's installing. Oh. Inset... Insert disk 2 of your licensed program diskette. Oh, yes, for sure. Yep, definitely licensed. Then press any key. Driver file name as 4119 or whatever. 3119. Okay. Announce a 2 to the power of 7 watch stream. Oh, yeah. Press any key. Okay. It should. Yep. It likes it. Is that a flexible disc? Totally. Yep. The case splits open and then it kind of bends. So that means it's flexible, right? On the flash drive? Oh! No. Great. Is it still going? I was trying to work on the other thing and I was trying to copy something. Install. Let me put the other keyboard in front of me so that I cannot screw it up. Okay, let's install IBM ImageEdit. Press any key to continue. Yep, that's all perfect. Hunky dory. Yep, give me that file. Okay, go for it. Okay, and now I have the other keyboard in front of me, so I can't screw this up. I was wondering, like, why is it not copying? That's so weird. It should copy. Okay.
Chlorocoon says Tier 100, so you cannot screw it up. I don't believe you can screw this up. End of line.
All right. Now I just, like, don't touch anything. Okay, why is this behaving weird
Thrasher
now?
976 converted from a prime sub to a tier 1 sub. End of line.
First off, Chloe, thank you for the 100 bits. And Thrasher 976, thank you for the tier 1 sub there. I appreciate that. Okay, now I don't know what I did. I may have lost all the work that we did on the mode line builder page. Because I'm smart. I've never run a DD0 command on the wrong keyboard. Oh, gosh. That's horrible. Okay, installation program needs to make entries in your WinINI. Yes. It's that drive. And I did put it in the Windows directory, even though Windows wanted to install the Windows 386. So there we go. We'll make entries in WinINI. Backup copy be created. Sure, that's fine. Okay, you may want to add the name of the ImageEdit program directly to the path statement in your autoexec. Yes, go ahead and do that. Sure, make the backup. ImageEdit program has been successfully installed. If you're using a scanner or printer, be sure to read the installing ImageEdit program options, appendix, blah, 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 blah. Okay. Now, we can do that. So we can go back to C, and then win 386. And then in theory, this should work. Now, I'm not going to have a good scaled output for this. Let's see. What does that look like? That's as good as it's going to get. Okay. So, publish ImageEdit. Okay. And it's 3119. Put the correct one over here. Okay. This might explode. I don't know. Let's find out. Gray. And then crash. Okay, Ben, I don't think this is the fault of ImageEdit, unfortunately. I'm actually concerned about the RAM. So I'm going to Control-Alt-Delete. How much RAM do we got? 6 megabytes. I don't know if it's good, though. Beep. Yeah, so that's the thing. Ben wasn't here for that, so I was going to show that. Win 386. So, no, it doesn't need the scanner to be connected. Yeah, so Ben, here's the thing. If I run Paint under the Windows folder, the system works perfectly fine. And also has some weird phase issues. What on earth is going on over there? Well, that's way better. Oh, definitely. I'm glad I did that. Wow, it hates that gray. Okay, well, we're going to cheat. Boom.
Thrasher 976 is gifting 5 Tier 1 subs to TechTank's community. They've gifted a total of 5 in the channel. End of line.
Thrasher, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. I was not expecting that. Thank you. Cosmic background and microwave radiation. Yeah, I don't know what's going on here. That's so weird. Why are you like this? That'll work. There we go. What Sanity said, can we remove the RAM? Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying. We might need to remove the RAM. Hold on, let me save this profile, though. Okay. Also, though, since that started, let me try running ImageEdit. Publish. ImageEdit. And... Okay.
Papa Spiritusive subscribed at Tier 1. They've subscribed for 2 months, currently on a 1-month streak. End of line.
Put a mem test floppy in it? We could do that, maybe. I don't know. I don't want to. Papa Spiritus, thank you for the Tier 1 sub and for the 2nd month. I appreciate that. Okay, we can't see what you're adjusting. It's off screen. Y'all, for the video stuff, that's fine. Whatever. Maybe it only works as the first program you start. I love your sense of adventure in that we just reboot the computer and then don't change anything yet. Now, I will say, I foresaw the potential for something like this happening. And not only can we reduce the RAM, I also have the original RAM. So we can put that back in the machine since that was known good. And I think if we do anything, we should do that. And then later, we can start to swap in and out everything. So when...
Papa Spiritusive is gifting 5 Tier 1 subs to TechTank's community. They've gifted a total of 5 in the channel. End of line.
Thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs, Papa Spiritus. I really appreciate that. Again, quite unexpected. Thank you. Did I select the scanner? I did, but it shouldn't be accessing the scanner at this point. Okay, publish. And then image edit. Okay. I have no idea what the temp files are. All right, well, I guess we're going to try swapping over the RAM. Here we go. All right. Ripperoni RAM. Let's put the original 2 megabytes back in now, which is just oodles of fun. Oh boy, I love doing this. It's so great. I don't have the Pokerator here, so this is extra fun. Vince, the photograph and the newspaper clipping I found is a fake demo. No computer could possibly ever run this software. Because no PS2 could ever possibly run. That'll be the best. I'll get called out for using AI in my videos because I'll show a functional IBM PS2. That is some toasty RAM. Not like dead, failed, just like it was working hard. Yeah, none of those feel like exceptionally overheated. But they're not cool, that's for sure. You guys ready for the most whiny computer ever to go, my RAM changed. Now I gotta run the BIOS setup utility because I can't just accept the fact that the number's different that I already counted on boot up. No, we gotta change the EEPROM or whatever. There we go. RAM changed. Getting this stupid reference setup disk. Plug the GoTech back in. That way it has less to complain about. Enter RAM license key. Yeah, no kidding. All right. Here we go. Oh, Sadback, it's 100% going to demand the setup disk again. There's no doubt. Sanity, that is a horrifying thought. I don't like that. Where are the Xmas-looking baubles about the television? Oh. One moment. Talking about these? The Loco Rocos? They are, stress ball toys after characters from a PSP game. They are absolutely fantastic. Okay. Wait, yes. Just count the RAM that you already know is there. Be easier to just have an extra floppy drive with a permanent setup disk in it? Yeah, no kidding. At this point, maybe we just build the GoTech in to drive B with a little mini flash drive, just leave it behind the door. Why would you need stressful toys? It's not like you're ever stressed. uh Oh, poot. No, we determined that that's fine. The problem with the video card is the problem with the monitor. So it's supposed to have some kind of pin bridged on the HD15 connector that tells it it's a color monitor, and then it works fine. So I plugged it into a different monitor, and that worked perfectly. So, learn your user to memory size changed 100%, I think, because the RAM there would just die, so if it counted less. I mean, I guess, but you still, I would be fine with it having a little warning that pops that says memory size changed, press enter to continue, versus put the system configuration floppy back in. There's also a Loco Roco Island in PlayStation Home. I don't think I encountered that. There was a Loco Roco inflatable beach ball kind of thing, though. Those go for a lot of money now. Okay. Win 386. And I regret putting the keyboard so far away. There we go. It's as good as it gets for now. Publish. Image edit. Fingers crossed. And... You're so right, Ben. Oh. Can 86 box actually be configured with an 8514 though? Because I was kind of making that up, whether or not I knew it could. I don't actually know. Is there any proof? There is a photograph from the 80s that in theory shows it running on a PS2, yes. This is 386, 210, correct, 210. Here, I'll reboot and show you. Do you have to start the program in Windows? Yes, this is the Windows-specific version of the program. Blackmail is the scanner app on me. Let's see, I think I can run 86 box here. 86 box build. Win 386. Debian? No, build. Source. 86 box. Can I find ROMs? Bin? Do I just have it somewhere I don't know. Okay. Lowerby file about MS-DOS exec. Okay, there's the MS-DOS exec information. Oh, that's interesting. It's seeing the expanded memory. Hold on, I want to put the 6 megs back in and see if it actually detects it. There's no way it's a scanner card. I will bet nothing that it's the scanner, that it is not the scanner card. I should, in theory, just be able to completely reinstall ImageEdit from this point, I believe. So we could try that. Install. Well, okay, so if it runs for Ben with the scanner enabled, then yeah, I don't think that's going to be it. Okay, install a new scanner, which I assume is necessary because it's going to modify the thing. No scanner attached. Boom. Okay. I'm going to reboot just to like fully do whatever. Yeah, I think we're going to be stuck with 16 color. Which, oh no, I have to use the IBM CRTs. Darn, but it would have been so cool. Bleh. Dies. And there we are. It's not the scanner. The mouse is so stupid. I love it so much. I'm still using the actual IBM mouse here. I brought it home for this. Have you tried leaving it like that overnight and just hoping that it catches fire? It's freezing. The cursor would change. Just leave it. That's not it. Hit Alt F. We've run the program even on this computer before. It does not freeze there. That's not what happens. It is almost certainly the VGA driver. The best part is how we have to reinstall Windows to change that, though. It's so stupid. It's the worst software of all time. Exactly, Redshift. That is exactly right. Yes, it's so bad it's good. Ugh. B display. It's not the mouse. I'm not even gonna entertain it being the mouse. It's not the mouse. So I assume, Ben, you want me to spend the 5 minutes to make sure? I mean, we can race. It's not like I care about this install. It's broken. So what does it matter? There's a setup.exe in the Windows folder? Yes, but we have to do this first. But anyway, Ben, PS2 display adapter. That's the one that's built into the motherboard, right? There's no way it's a mouse conflict. It's IBM everything for the mouse. Oh, okay. It's like a generic one. All right. Yeah. There we go. This is actually the worst software I've ever used. I was not sent whatever thing is. Yeah, save the WinINI file. Sure. Okay. I should probably read these things, but I don't care. D, CD, setup, CD, Win 2, 386. Setup. Okay. Continue setup. We install to Windows. I accidentally hit enter, but I don't think it matters. Okay. Other. C. Publish. IBM Corporation VGA gray display driver. No change, and there it goes. Ugh! Installer configure, continue setup, US. We don't run, oh yeah, modify auto exec, sure, it's already been done, but whatever. Sure, whatever. Do not run memset, and we're good. Back to B. Actually, you know what? We'll run Windows 386 first. Win 386. Just to make sure it doesn't like run the 8514 or something stupid. That looks correct. Why is it gray? You know what? I don't care. I can phase this though. It'll look better. Okay. We can run paint just to verify that that's good. Hey, look, it's paint. Why does that look better than on the high res mode? Whatever. Okay. It should be gray because it's not detecting the color bit on the monitor, so that's correct. We're gonna go ahead and close Windows, and then we'll reinstall the. I don't know if we have to reinstall IBM ImageEdit, honestly. We're just gonna do it. Install. It's running. Okay, install the ImageEdit program. Yep. C. Publish. No scanner. So we send it to Ben and tell him to fix it? Yeah, but he can't test the 8514. And I'm going to bet it would work on an emulated 8514 just to spite me. That there's nothing wrong with this card. It just hates me. I did it again. I'm so good at this. Man. No, I don't think it's the video card, Lucky Bob. I really don't. Install. Let me move the keyboard. No. This is me. I tried working on the file again because I thought I was going to forget about the changes that I made to it. And then I started typing on the wrong keyboard again. It doesn't help that this used to be my everyday keyboard on this computer. And it might go back to it being it after this video or stream. No scanner. Food. I'm not 100% sure about the relevance of your question compared to this exact setup, but it was all correct. Needs to modify when I yep. Windows, yep. Win back, yep. Selection program will make entries, sure. Oh, on an Apple computer. I maybe don't want it to update the auto exec. Has been successfully installed. Function, you must restart the computer. Sure, we'll just reboot, whatever. No, there are not 2 Windows installs. It's I don't think it's the XTIDE. We have run the software on this computer. We just have not run it on this exact install. Okay. Win 386. All right, here we go. Moment of truth. Publish. And image edit. And that's what I would expect to see. Look at all that RAM. Whoa. Okay. File. Open. We should be able to open. Yeah, see publish. Why do I not have a, oh, yeah, gray. We should be able to open this. Okay. That's working. So now, I should be able to shut the thing down, copy the Sonic TIFF over from the scan that I did before, and it should be able to open that. So let's close Windows, shut it all down. I'm going to copy the file off, and then we'll see if that works. So give me a second here. PS, no. GS. Sonic.tiff. Yes, it's the IBM 58 or 8514 display card driver, probably. How big is the Sonic file? 7 megabytes. So this will be interesting. Actually,
Insects subscribed at tier 1. They've subscribed for 13 months, currently on a 13-month streak, and says gotta go gray. End of line.
Swarm, thank you for the tier 1 sub and for 13 months. I appreciate that. We happen to know for a fact that this will stream from the hard drive, so it's not a problem. I'm just going to copy this to publish. All right, so for the record, if you were not here, this is what the image is. This is what it should be able to load. Now, I'm going to zoom into here to showcase the level of banding on the DX in particular, so you can see this. So we have many, it's dithered, but there's like multiple distinct phases to this. Like we can see one here, one here, one here, one here, one here. There's like a lot, okay? That is going to be the worst part on this. Actually, his forehead's going to be the worst part, but it's easy, it's more difficult to compare that. So, yeah. So now we have that file on here. I'm going to put the card back in. We can boot that and open that image on the real computer. And then we'll re-enable the scanner card. It is so ridiculously good. That scanner is insane. At this point, I might as well take out the 8514, because unfortunately, it looks like we can't use it for some reason. There is still the possibility. You know what? No, we're not done yet. We're not done. We have to try the other ADF. Win 386. I don't know that it'll actually matter, but we haven't tried that. All right, publish. Image edit. Use all the RAM. Oh, yeah, we got to put the other RAM back in, too. Full screen, file, open. This is the first time opening a scan in Windows. Sonic. Boom. Ah, that feels good. That feels real good. Now make a coffee just from opening it? Ah, it'll be fine. This is a powerful, strong computer. If you excuse me, I have some reading to catch up on.
Spoken says. Boom
Wait,
tier
it's done.
100. By your command.
Spooky, thank you for the 100 bits. Is there HDD light to look at?
Raccoon says
Actually, yes.
100. Imagine this with the original spinning rust. And of
Yeah,
line.
no kidding. Thank you for the 100 bits. It could be stronger. You have the hardware to do it. Not here. But we'll do that at the end. Okay, so here's the really big side to this software. Okay, we can decrease the size. We can zoom out. So we can do fit in window. And here's where this is way better than the DOS software. How is this working? You don't want to know. I got like a vein intravenous thing, and I'm giving it blood right now. That's the only way. It's now. This is the onboard video card, not the 8514. So 16 levels of gray, not 64. Yeah, it's having a good think. I don't mind. That just lets you know it's working. Boom. We can't pan anywhere. That's pretty good. Okay, so now we're going to go view 33% size, and I think I'll be able to show you the DX. Look at it, Sonic. I was this close to buying the April Fool's Sonic stuff from Sega Shop, by the way. That was really, really close. The only problem is that it was really expensive and that it was the exact same shirt quality that I get. Not that there's anything wrong with the shirts that I get, but like from Sega, I didn't want it to be print on demand. I wanted it to be actual what you call it? Screen printed. Scaling looks really good. Yeah, no, this is fantastic. Oh, that's moved more than I anticipated. At least it doesn't have to load much. No. The shirt should be screen printed, but it wasn't. That's the thing. Because I wanted it to be screen printed, but it wasn't. So there's the DX. I'm going to try and zoom in a little more. So let's say 66. That should double that. I think that'll fill the screen. That's perfect. Oh my gosh, dude, I love this. Yeah, it was a shirt. Yeah, it was. So Sonic did a April Fool's promo thing where they had Sonic the Hedgehog shirts available, and there were some really good ones. So this is what I wanted to show. This is the downside to running it on the internal video card. We have very noticeable banding on here because we only have 16 steps of gray. So the bottom is like 1 all the way up to here, and we have a band from here to here, and then some smaller bands there, and then it's one giant band up there. So that's the big downside. And then the other noticeable thing is if I can move it over to Sonic's face. That is, yep. So when we have 16 levels, all of this becomes one color essentially. But when you have 64 levels, this works out a lot better. You can see some more shading in here. You know, microchannel VGA card. That's what the 8514 is. It is the microchannel VGA card.
Flo Raccoon says Cheer 101 giant band. So like an orchestra. End of line.
Oh, gray response curve. Yeah, this is going to be cool. This, I think, works super performatively, right? And Chloe, thank you for the 100 bits. So I think in theory, we can drag this. Oh, gosh, that does not work at all like I thought. Oh, that is weird. That's kind of awesome. So the way this works is by modifying the VGA palette in real time. So I think, yeah, we might be able to change the... No, we can't change the absolute white and black. Because that would affect the Windows stuff. That is so cool. It's a cursed way to do curves. Yeah, so that's posterizing it. The software... Actually, do we know how many levels the software can do? Because the scan should be 64 levels of gray. Maybe that's because this is the next lowest level. So we could posterize it down to fewer levels than it is currently. So there would be 5 levels of posterization. So we can do that. But, well, that's funny. The curve seems to overwrite the posterization. Oh, because that just draws in there. Interesting. Then brightness should just raise it. Yeah. What does equalize do? Gotta compute that, isn't it? And that's gonna take time. Well, that was a bad thing to click. Max out of 64 by the looks of it. They shipped a grayscale. This is mostly shipped a grayscale driver for. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, I think we should put the 6 megs of RAM back in now. I don't know if it'll make it any faster, but it might be cool. All right, I'm going to shut it off. Although it is accessing the drive, but it's not like it's accessing anything real. Oh, it will leave a cache file. I regret clicking equalize because it's analyzing literally every single pixel in the image right now. And that was a mistake. This might take as long as you're scaling, Ben. T-Public has the shirts for less. Are they like ripoffs? Are they bootlegs? Okay, I'm gonna kill it. Let's install the RAM and then see if it performs any better. All right. So we're going back to 6 megs from 2. So these are the 2 original sticks that I had. We're going to put the 6 megs ones in now. A bootleg, official bootleg is certainly a concept. You know what? You might be onto something that a bootleg of that might even be better. The worst part, okay, this part I kind of don't like, but it's also, I don't know what they could do. I don't think that they are crediting the original Sonic artist, but then the Sonic artist, like, it is a parody, so it's protected as an artwork, but it is a Sega trademark character. So it's kind of in a weird spot. And Sega is super duper chill about people using Sonic for like fan project kind of stuff. So they're clearly not trying to be litigious jerks about stuff. I don't know. It's just weird because it's not like Sonic by this person through Sega or something. It's just Sega saying this is Sonic. Like, so I don't know. If you get a Sonic shirt, I'll get a Gunda Knuckles shirt. So there is a Sonic and Knuckles shirt. That's one of the reasons why it's so good. There's Sonic Adventure, which is Sonic and the Sonic Adventure pose on the Dreamcast disc. And then there is Sonic and Knuckles, and then which is the European Sonic and Knuckles box art. And then there is the Sonic and Shadow Sonic Adventure 2 one. Is Sega UK a different story being chill? Sega UK does not own the trademarks to Sonic like that, as far as like international trademarks. So that's Sega Japan makes the ultimate call on that kind of stuff. Windows 386 automatically adjusts itself when you change the RAM. Never. Well, we'll find out when we load ImageEdit because it reports how much RAM there is. But first things first, we're going to have it complain, oh no, the RAM changed, the world's ending. And we'll tell it, shh, shut up. And it'll be fine. Okay, yeah, that's good. All right, here we go. Feels so wrong flippantly changing the RAM in this thing like this, but I just like... Bring the mic back over where you'll actually hear me. Yes, we'll try the other ADF file after this. So, yeah. There's the amount of permutations of this project is part of why this is such a nightmare. All right. Yeah, run your auto config. Look at all that RAM you got. Automatic configuration complete. Why do you not use a wireless mic at home? Because I don't move anywhere. Probably run a check on that drive. Well, there is no check disk in Windows 2. So, wireless mics are terrible. I use a wireless mic in the office and works fine. So when I'm in a static place, this mic should sound better than the other mic, the wireless mic. Although I have a really nice wireless mic setup, so maybe it just sounds equivalent. The only real thing here today that kind of sucks is I have a fan pointed basically directly at the microphone because it is hot in here with all of the hardware that I have running. So, it sounds like Goodwill. I mean, it should. The use scanners, dying to see if I recall correctly, had the Lied Book Edge scanner project, which ran aground because you couldn't find enough of the right. So I have them now. I have all the Lieds I need. Win 386. I wish it was Win 686. Man, that'd be so much faster. Yeah, I do have the Lieds now. We need to try that again. But I gotta lean forward. Hold on. There we go. Okay. Drum roll. Windows. There is a bajillion gigabytes of RAM free. Yay! We live in Arizona, get over it. Well, the downside is that I have a massive amount of noise reduction on here, which might be making this sound weird. I don't know. because it's basically pointed directly at it. I have a windsock on the mic, but I don't know how much it's helping. All right, so now we can try running ImageEdit, and the slider should be real happy this time. Let's see. Oh, yeah, look at that. Oh, that's the stuff right there. 5 megabytes of RAM. Oh. Well, yeah, we're loading the image. That's the whole goal here. Okay, file. Open. Actually, sounds fine. I was just being cheeky. Know where it came from? Ah, all right. Sonic. Well, okay, let's see how fast this is. That's about the same. A proper graphics workstation in a weird roundabout way? Yes. OS 2 did not exist when this software came out, Diego, so no. Not for this setup. Taking longer to load at first because it's loading more potentially. Now, if I reduce the image size, fit to window, this might give us a real answer for how it performs. Pretty sure that's identical. I think that's the same. Oh, I hate it when that happens, Ben. That happens all the time when I'm live. All the time. I think that's the same. There is a distinct possibility that this hard drive is unlimited fast. And that any streaming it does to or from the drive is actually the bottleneck. Finished up? Okay. Oh, yeah, stream. Yeah. Oh, it is also possible it's just CPU bound too. Yeah, that's a likely possibility. So we can try 25% size and then try and pan and see what that's like. But I have a feeling that we're just hard drive bottlenecked at this point. Or CPU, I don't know. Move the RAM card for the VGA card, try again? Absolutely not. The only thing we're trying from here is the ADF file, which I really don't know how we can guarantee gets an update, and I have not had anyone try and correct me on my theory of remove the card, run the update, put the card back in with the new thing on it, and then install that. I think that's the only way we can do it. All right, here we go. I think it's the exact same speed. Oh, well, no, it did that before too. I was going to say it held the contents in memory and then moved it, but it did do that before too. Actually, this could be interesting. If I pan back down, okay, it threw that away. Lost 2 Pentium Pro overdrive auctions. One because of this stream and the other because of Factorio Binge. Ouch. With the RAM expansion from that, you can't use the grayscale driver either. Yeah. Remove the CMOS battery so it forgets. Can I remove mine so I forget wanting to do any of this? All right, well, we've definitely hit the limit there. So, trying out the other driver is the only option. So. All right, close. Pretty darn sweet, though. This is really, really excellent. That, what Sanity is speculating, is also a potential. So, all right. Let's pull the 8514, boot it, and then while that's going, we'll grab the other ADF file. We'll put that on the floppy drive. That's what it is. Floppy disk. And then we'll put it back. Ugh. It's always a pain in the butt to plug this in. Someone portable Animal Crossing to the Vita? I assume the 64 version, since all that's getting decomped. Not that the GameCube version isn't the 64 version, but, you know. Okay, that's a toasty card. Also, I don't know that I'm ever going to soft mod my Vita. Like, what's the point? Oh, I can't mess with the ADF files because it's going to need that stupid floppy while we're doing this. No, Lucky Bob, it's fine. Because again, I would realistically, I would need an 8514 monitor to truly like have a really excellent setup that can demonstrate it. I'm probably going to spend a good amount of time with the 8503 monochrome monitor and the 8513 color monitor, showing how it looks on both of those in 16 level. And then I'll just switch to video capture for the 16 level, if we can load that ever, or the 64 level if we can. Because there's no other way so far. Also, I have this crazy thing that I've realized, and by crazy, I feel like it's not that crazy. I don't think I ever want to play a port of a game on another system. I would be interested in ports of Homebrew, but I'm not really that interested in ports of a game to a different platform. It's like I was setting up my Dreamcast, and there was ports of Mario Kart 64 and Super Mario 64, and it's cool. And I was going to leave them on there, but there are apparently problems with both ports that make them uncompletable. And then it made me realize, like, you know, if I'm going to play these, I don't want to be the beta tester for this, and I don't want to get so far into it and then have it be broken and not work, because I wouldn't necessarily expect the developer to have all the time in the world to fully test everything. So that's, you know, but then... Yeah, Dziak, that I've known about. Open Goal, yeah. Where was I going with this? Oh, so yeah, I don't think I'm ever gonna like play the ports. So it depends on the Homebrew being like an all new title or something. So what I was gonna say is I am very interested in playing Sonic Robo Blast 2 on the Dreamcast, but there are no current ports, and the old port runs horribly. So that I'm not going to play. Doesn't look like there is a Robotnik's Ring Racer version either for Dreamcast. So yeah, I'm very interested in trying Open Goal. Very interested. So, all right, there's a boot with no 8514 installed. So I'm going to shut her down, and then let's get that other ADF file. Okay. Hold on. Okay. This. Okay. All right. ADF does not require data majigger. Okay, so I guess we can just edit this in place on the floppy. I do have a USB floppy drive on hand, assuming that we would have to do this. I removed the XTIDE, and it did not, well, it wouldn't have fixed the blue. We identified that. I don't think it's the XTIDE. I'm not even going to entertain it. It's a limited number of things that we can try. I don't think that's likely it. So let's just not bother. We have 19 minutes. We're already going to have to reinstall IBM Edit and Windows 2 again. So we have to reduce the variables that we test. Well, Beat 'em Inc., I personally don't care at all about retro achievements, so that doesn't affect me. It's not for me, so Okay, this is EF7F, EF7F. Wait, it's 80F though that we want. Why are there two files? Wait, what is that? And why is it so big? Okay, open with a... Just make sure I didn't override it already. I did not. Okay. So I'm pretty sure we determined this is the only line that's different. So if I come over here and I copy this and then I paste it over this, boom, that's updated. All right. Yeah, I'll discard that and whatever that is. Okay, there we go. Just now. Okay, so that's it. It's updated. All right. So that's the new ADF, and we'll try that out. I have no idea what that's gonna actually do or whatever. Yeah, so I don't know what description program is, if that's what that other file that was in there is or not. I don't know, but we just modified the one that was on the floppy already to be this one. So, I don't know. I don't know what the init file is either. This is so complicated, man. It works in Windows. That's the thing. I don't think this is actually going to change anything because it did start working in Windows. So, I don't know. All right, plugging a card back in, swapping video over. Blue Lightning upgrade complex made me sad. Used to have Blue Lightning system. I managed to blow it up by connecting power with backwards. Making me nervous here. Because I would kind of prefer not to do something. We'll be removing the GoTech when I do that test. You back up the mostly working config? Nah, I figure just live on the wild side. Okay. Video. DOS mode and go. All right. This should be blue. Eventually. There it goes. Yay, blue video. Description program is a file below it. Interesting. I don't know. I don't know why you wouldn't need it in one version. Like, how do you just avoid having software? I don't get it. Yep, modify the doodad, do the thing. Oh, it's running. Okay. All right, this is our final test, and we're going to be leaving the system in an unusable state, most likely. Yay. But I know how to get it back now, so at least there's that. I might also clean slate the install and then record the entire process in one go. So. That is weird. Both floppy drives' access lights are... I don't know why. Whatever. No, I'm saying I will basically make a synthetic version of the last 8 hours of nightmares. They just did something wonky. Why did it... Yeah, why does it disable it? This is so stupid. Alright, I think that's the only thing I need to change. It knows there's still a second floppy drive, and I think that to be updated. I have lost any appreciation for the ease of setup of this system at this point. I so am over it. It's so dumb. Change one thing and it resets everything? That's awful. Did an automatic configuration, what do you expect? I expected it to not change the things that were not related to what it was configuring. Whereas slot 4 in this system doesn't exist. Or it's routed up weirdly into the ESDI hard drive connector, but it doesn't exist in all practical purposes. It configures everything. I disagree, because when I removed the card, it did not erase the XTIDE configuration. Complain to IDE must be their default setting. Well, they can't know in advance what conflicts you're going to have with different cards. But the software could also just not reset all of your settings. That's the problem. All right. We have to reinstall ImageEdit. So back to B. Back to display. At least this seems clean. The way that this overwrites all of the files seemed to work. Well, that would be nice, Helen Croft, but Okay, we are working with the 8514A. Wait a minute. Yeah, it's color because I have COM 80. Okay, so we have that back in. We are running off of it. We have Windows 386. That's correct. It's the publish folder. Okay. It doesn't reset all of your setting. How's the poor IBM tech rec you paid exactly? If you change, say node automatic configuration and then change configuration won't reset. I hate the PS2s. Appropriate gray display driver was copied. Now we reinstall Windows. I don't have to see here. It's close, but I don't know how close.
Chlorocoon says, Tier 100, could they make the setup any plainer? Yes, I couldn't resist an IBM motherboard pun. End of line.
Chloe, thank you for the 100 bits. Okay, it's on C, it's in Windows, even though it shouldn't be. Okay, there we go. Hard drive connection is, in fact, modified MCA slot. Think they make MCIDE cards that fit in some of these slots? Ah, that'd be cool. In theory, I could have. I don't know if I would have bought one that fit in that or not. I don't think I would have trusted that it would work. No offense to them, unless it said specifically it worked in like a Model 70 Type 1 planar or whatever nonsense. I don't think I would have trusted it. Because it's so stupid. Okay, continue setup. Install to Windows. Okay, you have a WinINI file. You want to? Oh, it wipes that out. That's how it's been working. Okay. We have a Model 80. We want to change that. I want to hear a beep. Hold on. Beeps are good. Okay. You probably didn't hear that because of the noise cancellation. Okay, see. Publish. Give me that 8514 display adapter file. Are there ISA versions of Model 70? No, very specifically not. That is one of the features that make a Model 70 a Model 70. I hate that I know that now. I know infinitely more. Like, I don't want to hear that a stupid AI thinks something is true, like, ever. Continue setup, US, modify, auto exec. Yeah, I don't even want to know how many, like, backups there are. Yep, stuff's available. Don't run memset. Why does it ask about memset if that's specifically a 286 feature, by the way? Okay, now we go back to B, and we run install. Ben, do we know how necessary this particular step is? Is this, in fact, required? Oh, wait, I think you said it modifies a binary and builds it all into one, so yeah, it actually is necessary. Because I could see this not being needed. Okay, we're going no scanner. Just so that I don't have to hear about that potentially being a conflict. I forget the context of the question being, or having the answer no, I'm sorry. I just forgot which way answering with no, what it means. It's not necessary. Ah, okay. That you should not need to reinstall. Okay. Unless Windows Setup trashes WinINI. Windows Setup does trash WinINI. It's Sonic Nuke now. I don't know, but we can open the gray Twin Towers instead. I also wouldn't be surprised if it's just overwriting the files and not deleting the publish folder, because that's probably what it would have to do. I bet it's not smart enough to delete everything in publish. At least, actually, I kind of hope it doesn't, since I think by default it saves into there when you scan something. Installation program needs to make entries in the WinINI file. See, this is why I think maybe it would be needed. But I don't know. Unless that's just for the scanner stuff. Yep, modify, auto exec. Okay. Control Alt Delete. Here we go. All right, it's definitely 100% gonna work this time. I have full confidence. I totally, firmly believe 100% that this is gonna work. All right, Win 386. All right. Publish. There's Sonic, so it did not kill it. And here we go. ImageEdit. And locked up. It's a Windows folder in the path? Probably. I don't know. I can't tell now because it's locked up. Oh, path has... Oh, I wasn't even... Let's see, I'm blind to that. Whatever. All right. Well, there we are. It's broken. We don't have time to fix it. That's it. There we are. Okay. I can image this, and then see if 86box has the ability to emulate an 8514, but I think that's the game. Bad VRAM? I don't think so. Do you think that it would be filling VRAM with anything at this point? Because I don't think it would be. I don't think it's modifying anything in video memory at this point, because it hasn't loaded an image. So it has nothing to add in. All it shows at this point is the free system memory and how much you want to allocate to ImageEdit. There's a possibility that... No, it can't be that either. I don't know. Should be the mouse cursor doesn't lock up immediately after the grayscale change either. So it's like it's hitting the card, is killing it directly. Yeah. But it's weird because it works fine for actual Windows. Because Windows is running in 1024 by 768 interlaced. I'll get you the disk image, Ben. I'll image the card. Need extra software for the ADF file. No, this was supposed to be the version that doesn't need extra software, but it fails in the exact same way as the other one. It would be poetic to send this to, like, the hydraulic press channel afterwards. Have them solve the problem once and for all. Yeah, okay, but, that's gonna be it. There is nothing else to do here. This is not a sour note ending. We can get IBM ImageEdit running on the internal video card, and it can display images. I can't test today whether or not we can scan with ImageEdit. It's not strictly needed to be able to scan with ImageEdit, though, because there is a scanner program for Windows that comes with the card. So absolute worst case, we can scan with PageScan and then edit it in ImageEdit. So we have a full workflow now. It is possible to utilize it. Yeah, we are already scanning. We scanned mostly in DOS. I can't remember. Could we even scan in grayscale in Windows, or was that not allowed because we didn't have a grayscale driver? I'm not 100% sure. We can probably scan in Windows. Maybe it's not a guarantee we can scan in Windows now that I think about it. Yeah, next weekend we will actually scan in Windows. We will attempt to set it up with the 3119 driver in ImageEdit, and we'll see what happens. But yeah, I think from here, I just need to find out if 86box has an emulation mode for the 8514. See what this disk image does in that. And then I'm probably going to pull the 8514 card, unfortunately. Well, I mean, we don't actually know that it's bad. I just don't have a use case for it currently. So something else could potentially go in that slot instead. Yeah. Anyway, all right. We are going to wrap it up there, which means it is outro time. All right. Well, thank you all for hanging out and enduring the world's dumbest computer and software combination with me. Windows 3.0, we have not tried 3.0. We have tried 3.1, but the software is such a pain in the butt. It will probably just crash and die on 3.0. We tried other different configurations, so... Yeah, very, very happy to get it working in 16 shades of gray. Like, that is monumental overall. It is a big win. So that's no small thing to be happy about. But yeah. So I'll just shut it off. It's not like it can do anything else at this point. Does have an 8514A option. Okay, good to know. I will give that a shot then. But that's going to be it for now. If you all enjoyed this stream, you may want to follow to be notified when I go live again next. If you want to help support the channel, you can find me on Patreon or get one of the shirts that are not the one that I'm currently wearing. They're linked in the bottoms of the video descriptions. But that's going to be it for now. Y'all just submit a bug report for 86 bucks every time it does not fail on you. We don't... I... yeah, I don't know. That would be funny. Anyway, that's it for now, and I will see you all next time.